Alright, guys, so the goal is to beat the game tonight. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it or not, but all I have to do is get the special suit, and then all that's left is getting the artifacts, which might take a long time, but I don't get the sense that it will. Why is everyone in your comments so worried about Williams' injuries? Who, Leonard Williams or what Williams? I wasn't aware that people were. Harrison. Oh, Connor. Duh. Well, he has had an injury problem, but that's why he's available right now and why you might be able to get him cheap, so... You know? If you didn't have an injury problem, you'd never be able to afford him. Okay, where's the suit? Oh. Okay, here we go. Does he ever cloak? I thought he had cloaking powers. You don't want to use them. Yeah, I haven't done any damage to him yet, so there's some kind of trick here that I'm not picking up on yet. Yeah, that's not doing anything to him either. Oh, I can't. How do I damage the Omega Pirate? Okay, I guess I am actually doing the right thing. I just need to keep doing it. Aha, okay. So eventually this will work. I don't expect this run to go, but may as well. Yo! Okay, I didn't think that through. Don't know why I thought that'd be okay. I think I messed up. I think I just kind of want him to kill me now. I think that was like my opportunity to hit him while he was cloaked, and I didn't realize that he was cloaked. So go ahead, just kill me, dog. Yeah, so there's some stuff out there right now. There are some early whispers that Biden might be dead or about to die. And the Angels tied the game up, because of course. Great. Another very compelling reason for me to not bother watching. Okay. No, Tony, this game's not on PC. It's a Nintendo game. They don't put their games on PC. Unless you're talking about emulation, which, no, I'm not emulating this. Oh, it's not that hard to break those things. You just have to really focus your fire. It's not that bad. Oh, shit. Aha! This isn't so bad then. This seems doable. Damn it. Thought he took it down. There you go. Hold still, you little prick. Where are the minions? God, this is taking way too fucking long. Fuck me, man. It's so bad. So I get to heal a little bit. We gotta mop up quicker this time. Come on, come on, come on. The fuck is he? I'm clean and be honest. We won't ever judge, but if you keep on lying, then we'll pull the plug. Fuck is he? Hey, where is he? Ah. That wasn't exactly what I wanted to do, but it'll do. Oh shit, I'm about to die. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. Yeah, because I blew that one run where I should have been able to damage him and I didn't get to him in time. But yeah, I think I know the flow here. Where is he? Aha! There we go. Where are you, buttons? Oh. Need to save those rockets. There we go. Okay, I think that's it. I think those are all the upgrades unless I want the ice cannon thing, which I'm pretty indifferent on, honestly. What did Thornton do? And the flamethrower is fucking useless. Oh my fucking god, dude. How does fucking service still have his fucking job, man? Jesus fucking Christ. So unless I want the ice cannon thingy, which I kind of don't, I can start just getting artifacts now, which could actually go very quickly. We'll see. I'm not going to use a guide yet, because I don't know if I'll need to. Dude, is this thing fucking invincible? Holy shit, die! What the fuck? Jesus. Was that like a boss? Fuck, man. Okay. So I should be able to get anywhere now. There should be nowhere that I cannot get. Hold it in, dude. Vault. Okay, I remember this place. Um... Elder. Fedrana Tower. Collapse the tower. Okay. I don't think so. Fucking unbelievable, man. Be right back. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Tower in Fendrana. Let's look. Wait, wasn't there one on, like, the edge of Phendrana? That's right there. Okay. So, turn around. And we go that way. I love kids, Charlie. I love kids. Pim, I would definitely not be saying that, screaming that at the top of your lungs. Alright, I need to drop down a little bit. At its top, okay. I mean, I could have watched the Mariners tonight, but instead I decided to watch other things, so I'm not even there, man. It's just not fun to watch a team strike out 13 times and... I was watching stuff on YouTube. Real American was making some videos, wanting to see what he had to say about some stuff, and I was like, yeah, that's gotta be a better use of my fucking time. What the hell? How did that not latch? Oh, who won that? Was that that was the Heat, right? The Heat won the Summer League championship? Yeah. I heard about that. I didn't know it was the championship already, though. Ah. Tower. Okay, where's the tower? Wait, do I already have the Elder one, I wonder? Wait, is that literally it? I just got in there somehow but didn't get the artifact? It's literally called... Maybe I should turn over there.
Do you believe the stuff that's coming out now that's completely unconfirmed and all this sort of stuff? With wild bullshit speculation, but people who think that Joe's dead.
I mean, we do know one thing that's confirmed as far as I know is that he did sign an order that delegated his responsibilities to the Secretary of Treasury and Secretary of State. You've seen that, right?
Yeah.
Like, that suggests that maybe he's about to undergo some kind of procedure to save his life. Like, something's up. Because I know you were at work, I'm assuming you didn't hear it, but Joe Biden called in to a campaign event for Kamala today, and it was very clearly recorded, the audio, and it might have even been AI. Like, if you can find a clip of it somewhere.
I didn't hear Joe talking, but I did see the clip where Kamala says, hey Joe, we have you on the call.
Yeah.
Like, obviously was going to say recording and then caught herself.
Right. So if you listen to him talk, it might be AI. It sounds weird. Is he so pissed off that he got kicked off the ballot that he's just gonna, like, up and die out of spite? Something very funky's going on here.
No, it gets even crazier when you think about things. Donald Trump said that God saved his life.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden a few days later said only God could make him drop out.
Mm-hmm.
Biden croaks less than a week after Trump gets a shot taken at him. But then Cheadle said today in her hearing that Sheila Jackson Lee was the congressperson who had the most direct oversight over Secret Service policy. So she dropped dead. and Biden drops dead. And then, like a few days after the shooting, AT&T said that every leak ever had been, or sorry, every text ever on their network had been leaked. And then, like 24 hours later, CrowdStrike brings down pretty much all IT around the globe. Something tells me that this is all just a fantastic coincidence, and we shouldn't be suspicious at all. No, my money's on as, like, literally everybody in the world knew the moment that it happened. Some autistic weirdo doesn't manage to fool the Secret Service all by himself. He very clearly was part of a coordinated effort to take out Trump, and they just failed because literally divine wind saved his life. So because of that, they panicked and said, "Oh shit, time to hit the fucking eject button," and they killed everybody and are in the process of killing everybody who knew anything about it, who might have been at risk of saying anything about it, and doing their damnedest to destroy all the evidence. That's what my money's on.
I'll be perfectly honest. I could really do without 5 months of Kamala as president. I really could do without that. As bad as Biden is, I think I'd rather just have him stay alive. Dude, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. I can't understand you at all. You're breaking up real bad. Hold on one second. I'm gonna restart my Discord.
Okay.
Okay, I am back.
Okay, so what I was saying was, something tells me he's as dead as disco, and they're gonna try to weekend at Bernie's this thing for as long as possible. But there's no possible way that they could make it last that long. But Hillary's probably having like a fucking fit. She's like, "Jesus Christ, we gotta hide it for as long as possible. We just have to make it. We just have to make it to November."
Now, I was thinking about why they would be hiding it. Because in theory, if Kamala takes over now, she might get a little bit of boost from being the incumbent, quote unquote. So I would think they would like to give the presidency to Kamala if it's there. So I was thinking about why they would want to hide it. The only thing I could come up with is if Kamala is sworn in because Biden's dead, then does she have to pick up Mike Johnson as her VP? Because Mike Johnson's speaker, and is that not how it works? That she would be forced into taking Mike Johnson as her vice president?
Very easy way that I could check. Just a moment.
Because Nixon did not have the option to boot out Gerald Ford after Agnew resigned. He had to just take Ford.
The reason that happened is because Ford was not speaker or anything. But as I'm reading it now, Nixon sought advice from senior congressional leaders about a replacement for Agnew. And those congressional leaders gave Nixon no choice but Ford.
Okay.
So, if I'm understanding what they're trying to say here correctly, the president they can essentially nominate whoever they want, and Congress just has to confirm it. But the point is that you would want it to be someone that Congress has, that they would confirm.
Ooh, so that might be it then. Because the Congress is currently Republican controlled. They can make life really hard on her.
Yes, you could have that, number one. Number two, is part of what you're saying is definitely correct and valid. But again, the biggest reason is, especially if Joe has dropped dead, then that is a huge amount of political power in the party that is gone. Which means that not necessarily that there's a vacuum, but that the people who have power now are more powerful. So somebody like Hillary, you don't want to piss her off even more extra big time. So it really could just come down to, oh my god, I don't want her to be the first, no, and all that shit.
Yeah, I saw that, JS.
To be completely honest, what I was going to say is, to be completely honest, I personally believe that it's more likely she will lose support as the incumbent. And the reason I say that is because people who are jazzed up for, oh my god, first woman president, that they already got it. They're not there to vote for it. So at that point, the only thing that you have to vote for is based off of stuff. With like how you actually feel about them, and a lot of people would be like, fuck it, I'll just stay on.
Yeah. Well, a couple of thoughts. So, traditionally, in American history, when a president dies, the person who replaces the president becomes very popular for a little bit because it's like the country coming together. To be like, oh, okay, we got to band together around our new guy, regardless of what we think about him, for at least a little bit, we got to just rally around the flag here. But I don't think that would happen this time.
Oh, it absolutely would not, because this is coming hot on the heels. It was 9 fucking days ago that Trump got shot and they tried to kill him. So there was some, in the instance of that, there were plenty. Like, you've already captured the independents who would be like, oh, let's rally around the new guy. They're rallying around Trump because of what happened. Especially the circumstances surrounding what's going on right now, is everyone's like, this is the fault of the fucking Democrats because Joe stubbornly held on. They never should have nominated this guy again in the first place, especially when he said that he wouldn't run for re-election. What the fuck is going on? This entire goddamn thing is a fucking clown show.
Well, what changed is that the office of the president sent out a signed order to delegate Biden's responsibilities to the Secretary of the Treasury and Secretary of State. Like, for that to happen, I'm assuming that only happens when the president is not well.
Yeah, I don't think this has ever happened before.
And my second thought is this the biggest scandal of all time if it comes out that the Democrats or the White House or whatever party you want to blame was hiding the fact that the president was dead for more than like a few minutes?
If it came out that they were hiding that so that they could try to make this transition of power smooth and seem like it was anything other than Biden's crow, then yes, that's completely correct. Because it shows that it doesn't matter to them who's actually in office. The party itself runs the country by committee, which calls into question literally everything that's happened over the last 4 years, plus party of our sacred democracy, and then wouldn't you know it, they don't give a fucking shit about the concept of representative democracy. That's a huge fucking scandal. Like, because at that point it's like, well, what's stopping you from doing literally anything that you want? What happens if over the next 48 hours there are a lot of weird pardons and allocations of money? Like,
I mean, the thing is, if he's dead or about to die, the party is 100% covering it up because they played a recording of his voice to make it sound like he was okay at Kamala's campaign rally thingy. Like, that's already been determined. You know, the funny thing is, I think Democrats, if he's dying or dead, would have been better off just waiting for him to die instead of dropping out. Then they could have been like, oh, we tried to have a democratic process, but our winner died. So we have to go with somebody else, and we don't have time for another election.
You just hit the nail on the head. That's why they're doing this. They're trying to make it look like a smooth transition of power, especially because, oh, he had the failing health. Like, this is complete bullshit. Like, he hasn't been seen since before he said, I'm sick. They have a clearly forged fucking letter that they sent out. They got all these reports, oh, he's dying, all this kind of crap. That's exactly what it is. It's because you're right. They made themselves look horrible, like they're the party of chaos and all this other kind of shit, because they were trying to bully the guy as hard as they could to get him to drop out, and he wouldn't. Because they fucked themselves. So because they did all of this in like the last 2 weeks, here he comes and he drops dead. That looks fucking terrible with everything that they've said. And everything that they've done. But if they hold it off for just a couple of days, let's try to make this seem like, dude, he might have died a fucking week ago. You know? And then, like, they come up with this bullshit COVID excuse where they could be like, oh, well, that's why he blah, blah, blah. It was the COVID got him. Be sure to get your booster, kid. And make it look like he's supporting the process, so he finally came around to deciding to step down because, oh, my health is failing and I can't fool myself any longer. So, it absolves them of the whole thing. They're like, see, we tried to get him to step down because his health was failing, and oh, how terrible. What a martyr for the cause. Long live Joe. Like he's been dead for a fucking week. I tell you one thing. I'm really starting to get scared with all the stuff that's happening. Because, you know, all this stuff that's happening, all of it is first in American history. So there's no real background to go off of or like any kind of, hey, you know, here's what happened last time so we could expect something similar to that. Not only are we completely in the undiscovered country, but not the exact same kind of things, but usually when stuff similar to this happens, when you have a large sequence of a lot of crazy shit happening all of a sudden out of nowhere, military conflict seems almost like a foregone conclusion. So I am very concerned because I'm all like, I have a very bad feeling about where things are heading.
Nothing ever happens, bros, in ruins.
Oh yeah, they've been in shambles since the 13th.
I mean, even that was like, technically, he didn't get actually clapped. They missed. But, yeah, it's been...
The guy that shot at him got clapped.
I don't remember the alleged time traveler, JS. The only alleged time traveler I remember is John Titor. And that was way back in the day. And everything he said ended up being wrong, so...
The alleged time traveler that some people are talking about is that John McAfee said that Biden's health would make him drop out before September. But the problem is, he said that about the 2020 election.
Oh.
So, yeah.
You know what would be really spicy? And this works either way, but let's say for a second Biden's alive and makes it to January 20th. If Trump wins the election and then Kamala refuses to certify the election results, could you imagine?
That would be truly hilarious.
If
And yeah.
she has the courage to do what Mike Pence didn't. Could you fucking
And
imagine?
yeah, it would be the funniest fucking thing that could possibly start the boogaloo I could think of. So, yeah, I just DM'd you something. This meme was made on the 17th. It hasn't even been a week yet. It's 5 days later.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember the John Titor stuff when it was first coming out, JS. That was great. Unfortunately, pretty much everything he said ended up being a swing and a miss, but it was fun. Oh, yeah.
So Laura Loomer got a ton of shit for talking about a medical emergency that Biden had on Air Force One.
Mm-hmm.
She got a ton of shit for talking about that because she said that it almost killed him.
Mm-hmm.
And 17 days later, a lot of people talking about he's dead.
In
Plus,
fair...
Laura Loomer was the first person to come out and be the first person to say that Biden is croaking.
In fairness, Laura Loomer is fucking insane. So...
I completely agree with you, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting here like, dude, how does she have the fucking scoop? And nobody else does. I'm like, what the fuck? Wow. You know what? That's actually what people are going to say about this. The bullet hit Trump, but it killed Joe Biden. That's what people are going to say.
Mm-hmm.
My God. That's wild. But yeah, he probably had like a severe fucking stroke. And
Maybe it was like literally fury over being forced out of the race. Maybe he felt so betrayed and was so pissed off he just had like an aneurysm. Because everybody was betraying him.
yeah, that wouldn't be surprising. It'd line up pretty well too with that whole I have COVID thing. Is him being like, fuck these people. Because like literally the day before he goes, hey, I've got COVID, he tells all of his staffers to go out and talk a ton of shit to Obama and Hillary. Or about them, rather. Because he's all like, yeah, I'm so glad the people who presided over the biggest ass kickings in the midterm that the party ever had, and the people who told me to step aside for Hillary in 2016. I'm so glad those guys are political strategists now. And then, like a day after that, I have COVID, and he's never seen again. Oh my god. Well, if it's true, it looks like Sheila Jackson will have company in hell.
And Biden's going to find out that Christianity was right all along.
Sorry. No, but unironically, though, it is a matter of judicial record. Because nobody ever got struck from the record or anything like that. There was a court case involving Biden's granddaughter where I don't know if it was her or somebody at least testified under oath that Biden would shower with her. And never struck from the record, never denied, never no nothing, matter of judicial record. And you saw the Krasny sign talked about it for like a few hours before they were told never mention it again and we'll just try to memory hold it. Well, they were like, come on, guys, it's totally normal to shower with your kid. Like, you're fucking
Hey, Aaron.
adult kids? I don't know. And your adult grandkids too? I did. Good lord.
They're still mad at Trump for saying that for saying that he thinks his daughter is attractive.
Yeah. Which is what you bring up to people, and it's all like, dude, you think for even a second, if it was a matter of judicial record that Trump showered with Ivanka, that fucking anybody would let that go?
Old Tower, okay.
Be back in a minute. I'm gonna make some sandwiches.
Okay. Aha! Well, we walked right past it, so that's cool. Fuck, I have to get up so early tomorrow, and I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight because of all this. I'm going to wake up and they're going to go into they're going to go into Biden's bedroom in Delaware, and his body's going to be like half eaten by his dog or some shit. I mean, I don't know why this would cause the boogaloo. At this point, I mean, it's not exactly a surprise that he's dead, and it's not like we care. This is kind of their business. If they want to do this, like, this is on them. It's not like it's something that's going to upset us. Like, the boogaloo would be like if Trump wins and then Vice President Kamala or Vice President Mike Johnson or whoever refuses to certify the election because of my democracy. Now, that would spark the Boogaloo. Yeah, I saw the speech he gave JS. I think he did well other than the Mountain Dew thing. I think that was kind of unfortunate, but other than that, I think he did fine. He did kind of read the room a little bit wrong on that one, but other than that, I thought he was pretty alright.
Alright, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alright, my headset died. I had to reset it. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, nobody's gonna boogaloo over Democrats. Like...
Yeah, if they want to fuck around like this, that's their business. If they want to make themselves look all incompetent and scattered before an election like this, then that's their job. Where, you know, the boogaloo happens when it's time for the boogaloo to happen. Well, at the end of the day, I think we all have to accept that the reason why J.D. Vance was picked is because he's the most similar to Trump candidate out there. And he wanted assassination insurance. I think, you know, there's no electoral advantage to Vance, but that part mattered far more after the 13th. There are a lot of people who think that he was going to pick somebody else when the 13th happened. I mean, in Trump's first term, he made a lot of really bad personnel decisions, and they were pretty much all being driven by Kushner and Reince Priebus, and there was one other guy in his staff who kept making bad hires. I fucking forget his name. But all those guys are out of the room now, so I actually think he'll do much better picking people. Oh, Pence, right.
I know that people may just be memeing, because I like Alaric the Barbarian. I follow him, and he had this post. He said, the picture of the Large Hadron Collider, he said, the timeline has shifted many times in the past week alone. I would not be surprised if certain particle physics tests started returning different results. This has happened many times. The ancients experienced a markedly different set of physics. I know people are just memeing, but I really do hate this bullshit with like timelines and all that kind of crap. Can't we just sit here and say, you know what? Instead of all this weird alternate universe, multiverses kind of crazy bullshit, isn't it just much easier to believe in Jesus Christ? Like, isn't it just much easier to be like, well, you know, that sudden gust of wind on an otherwise windless day that saved Trump's life was divine intervention, and when Biden said that only God could get him to drop out, God decided to do the funniest thing ever.
You know, looking back on it, saying something like that is like the peak of hubris, isn't it? Only God can get me out. Like, yep. I didn't really think about it at the time, but that's actually really a fucked up thing to say. Anyway, so I'm really going to try to beat this game tonight. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it or not, but I am going to push for it. I think it's doable. Because all I have to do at this point is collect the artifacts and then beat Metroid Prime.
Jesus Christ. Literally. I'm about to DM you something.
Okay.
Remember how a lot of people complained, like say, oh, Hitler, he didn't deserve to succeed as an artist because he did a really bad job of painting people.
Uh-huh.
And all that other kind of slop when his art's been fucking great. I haven't even seen this, but this is another painting that Hitler did. The Mother Mary with the Child Jesus Christ. Check this out. It's gonna take a minute to load because it's a huge image that I'm trying to send here. I'll let you know when it's completed. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
He painted that the year before World War I started.
If Dolan no artist, then does Dolan take over all of Europe?
For real, like, if someone presented me with that today, I'd be like, holy shit, you can make a living off of these.
Oh, have you been following any of the Mr. Beast drama?
I checked in, and it was pretty much exactly what I figured. I've been aware of, like, one of his people was a car part for a long time.
Yeah.
And what's happening today is just that...
That thing that never happens happened again.
Yeah, all the normies with their head in the sand, they're like, oh, what are the odds? Who could have seen this coming? And I'm like, yeah, you kinda... shouldn't be surprised. Like, the percentage of people who actually have that whole gender dysmorphia thing and, like, are actually what people envision as being what they advertise trans as, is like a tiny fraction of a percent of the population. For the vast majority of the rest of them, it's a weird, deranged sexual fetish. Is evidenced by the fact that people who have it, who then actually have their testicles removed, no longer wish to be trans. The vast majority of trans who are happy with being trans haven't had that bottom surgery yet. It's a fetish.
Yeah. There were a bunch of tweets today that were saying, like, you know, the worst part about this is going to set our community back 20 years. So people kept posting the Norm Macdonald joke.
Yeah.
They said that the worst part about Chris was how it would set back about how Chris being a pedophile would set back the transgender community. I disagree. I think the worst part was the pedophilia.
Oh. I thought you were going for a different Norm Macdonald joke where it was like, oh man, can you imagine this transgender guy molesting children? Imagine the backlash against peaceful transgenders.
Yeah, I mean, you know, both the jokes are very similar, right?
Exactly.
Both work very well for this.
The worst part was the hypocrisy. No, I don't think that's the worst part. This game looks way more fun as the remaster Switch version than it did for GameCube.
Well, yeah, it's very pretty.
Well, I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about the better controls. Because, like, holy shit. That may be another reason why the game took so long. Is it was artificially way more difficult because the control scheme was so fucked.
Yeah. Some people, not that there's anything official, expect 2 and 3 to get shadow dropped before 4 comes out because 4's been announced.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Which would be cool because 2 and 3 are hard to find.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, I'm not saying this is one of my favorite games now or anything. There are not very many games like this, even today, even 22 years later. It's a first-person adventure game that is like all about like puzzle solving and strategy within combat. And I don't love the combat, but it's something different from almost everything else you play. And I like that. Wait a minute. No, that's not breakable. Hold it. Samus, one of the few female protagonists at the time. Other than, like, you know, they made like a fucking Wizard of Oz platformer game where you play as Dorothy, but I'm assuming you're not counting about stuff like that.
First Metroid game came out in 1986. And Super Metroid, which is the one that like really kicked off the franchise because people actually played that fucking thing, came out in 1994.
Yeah, I've tried to play the original Metroid. I can't do it. It's a little too obtuse.
Yeah, again, it's a game from the 80s. Like, Ronald Reagan was president when they made that shit. You might as well be playing a fucking thing from War Games. You also have one half of the playable characters in The Last of Us 2. Because you can only play as Abby and Ellie, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so just Ellie.
Right.
Until the day I die, that's going to be one of the wildest things ever in the history of video games. Is that the actual fucking model that they got to model Abby wasn't insanely jacked. But then after they fucking did all the motion cap with her and everything, they decided to make her character very jacked because Neil Druckmann's a closeted faggot.
You play as Joel in Last of Us 2? Yeah, the intro, JS. For like the first chapter or whatever. Okay, what is it that I'm supposed to do here? Okay, so one of the artifacts is here. But I have to like melt some ice on one of the elevators, I think. If I'm reading this correctly, but I don't see it. Yeah.
Holy shit. I mean, this isn't huge news or anything kind of thing, as I'm just reading and I'm just like, I never in my life thought that it'd be that fucking obvious. Wow. It's a blurb about how foreign heads of state are treated when they come to the United States. And they're talking about how they offer, U.S. staff offer laundry service. Clothes are cleaned for the Prime Minister free of charge by the U.S. staff, a perk that is available to all foreign leaders, but is sparingly taken advantage of given the short stays of busy heads of state. The Netanyahus are the only ones who bring actual suitcases full of dirty laundry for us to clean, said one U.S. official, who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the details of foreign leader visits. After multiple trips, it became clear that this was intentional. Literally, The only fucking country on the planet that brings their dirty laundry for the trip is Israel.
That's pretty fucking
Wow.
funny.
It's
I don't know what to say
hysterical.
to that.
Like, holy shit, that's wild.
Oh yeah, JS, you're talking about Laura Bailey, right? Laura Bailey's one of the best female voice actors ever, and she does a great job as Abby. She does. I can't believe it's her sometimes because it sounds so different from how she sounds in like literally any other context. But yeah, she's done some of my favorite female voice acting roles. She was Rise in Persona 4. She does some voices in like she didn't do Danganronpa, which is kind of amazing, but she's done some stuff in various animes. But I love Laura Bailey, and she proved how talented she was in that role. It's just, that doesn't mean I like the role particularly. Jill Valentine, yeah. Jill Valentine was what, 97? Three little girls from school are we?
Fill to the brim with girlish glee. Three little maids from school.
'99? Really? Resident Evil didn't come out until 1999. I'm surprised.
People still ask to see my yum yum. Yeah, so am I. 'Cause I think you may be thinking about the director's cut because I distinctly remember Resident Evil 2 coming out in 1998. Yeah, Resident Evil 1 came out in 1996. The director's cut came out in 99.
Mm-hmm.
And Resident Evil 2 came out in the original January 21st, 1998.
Yeah, Jill Valentine's in the first Resident Evil. She's the master of unlocking. Totally.
You were almost a Jill sandwich.
Jill Valentine was the master of unlocking, yeah.
Yeah, she was the original fucking Resident Evil character.
Mhm.
Because, like, a lot of people played Chris, obviously, but Jill was the definitive Resident Evil experience, especially in the remake. Because Jill actually encounters Lisa Trevor and Chris doesn't, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and, Chris has the extra item slot, so he's like easy mode.
Unironically, that's how they said it. They said that Chris was supposed to be an easier experience for less skilled, talented gamers,
Mm-hmm.
but Jill was the definitive Resident Evil experience. Because, like, everything about the difference in context in her story and, like, everything that happens, like, Barry is huge, and you barely even interact with him. Like, I don't even think you see him as Chris, at least in the original.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Sun Chamber. Do we think RE5 ever gets remade? I don't think it needs to be remade, but I'm sure that it will.
Oh, 1,000,000 fucking %. Like, didn't you watch the ending cutscene in Resident Evil 4? When Wesker shows up, he basically advertises RE5 remake coming soon. 1,000,000 fucking %. The only question is whether or not they remake something else before they do 5. are they going to remake Resident Evil 0 or Code Veronica before they do the RE5 remake? But they will do unless Capcom as a company folds, which is highly unlikely. That's pretty much the only reality where they don't do an RE5 remake.
Yeah, I mean, Capcom just did the fucking Street Fighter 6, which I think was a big success.
Oh yeah, it was pretty big time.
I think they're doing Monster Hunter, and that's a pretty hot franchise right now.
Son of a bitch.
All right. I'm checking Twitter like every 5 minutes to see if there's anything more about the Biden situation. Man.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are. What a time to be alive, man. Literally the last 2 weeks are going to be entire chapters in history books in the future.
You know what was the first thing that happened at the start of the year? You know how long it's been? To give you an idea of how long this year's been already.
Jesus.
You remember the first big thing of the year?
Imagine.
It was the acidic Jews crawling out of the sewer grates in New York.
Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, I remember I'd seen a fucking an article was talking about New York City. A bunch of rats are have been driven into the subway system, and they're blaming global warming for it, but it's like I think it's a lot more likely that their natural habitat has just been occupied by another type of fucking vermin that is occupying the space.
That's just good comedy.
So, in 2016, when Kamala ran for senator and won by 23 points against a different Democrat, to be clear, I can't remember his name, but she won by 23 points, but she lost the Hispanic vote outright. That's wild. Yeah, I imagine that Resident Evil 5 gets changed a little bit to be a little more culturally sensitive, but the gameplay itself is still relatively salvageable. For me personally, Resident Evil 5 was kind of a big disappointment after 4 because it didn't have any atmosphere. And then you had games coming out around the same time like Dead Space that had a lot of atmosphere. But I would definitely play a remake.
Dude, I'd love to fucking play a remake because it'd be multiplayer.
Mm-hmm. So, do you remember when Joe Biden tweeted out, "I'm sick of
Yeah.
billionaires," like, and the what if the first tweet was him trying to actually say "I'm sick," and then the interns grabbed his phone back and were like, "Oh shit, how can we recover from this?" And they were like, let's just say he's sick of billionaires." But what if that first thing was like a cry for help?
Hilarious. It would be good comedy.
It Chozo Ruins, so we get out of here and we just go left.
Oh my god, I've barely fucking touched this guy, you kidding? How does he have longer reach than me? The fucking model on this thing is just retarded. Fuck it. We're out of here. Black.
So there was a supposed internal memo from the Trump campaign being leaked earlier today that like outlined their plan of attack on Kamala Harris. And the initial and it basically said, we're going to attack her for being too tough on crime. We're going to attack her for putting a bunch of black people in jail. And people were like freaking out because that's the stupidest fucking idea ever. And then a couple hours later, an actual memo, internal memo from the Trump campaign leaked, and it indicated they actually had some good and normal attack lines to use on her. They're not really that hard to come up with. But I was like, if you motherfuckers screw this up and try to like maneuver to her left on crime, you motherfuckers, I'm gonna be so mad.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. And one of the things to keep in mind is that we're going to see intense amounts of horseshit, because like that's all they got right now is demoralization and obfuscation.
Mhm.
And there are this is why it really sucks that we have fucking Nick Fuentes doing the shit that he's doing. As an example, I bring him up, but it's just really anybody in this situation where, like, when you fucking black pill this much, it gets a lot easier to swallow horseshit when you spread horseshit, you know.
Mhm.
But that's all this is. It's complete fucking horseshit. But no, I completely agree with you. Don't maneuver to her left on literally any subject. Like,
In terms of voting record, she was the most far-left senator in the Senate during her 4-year tenure, including Bernie Sanders, including Kristen Gillibrand.
Wow.
In terms of pure voting record, to be clear. Maybe not in terms of actual ideology.
It's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, I think it makes sense when you consider she kind of embodies. She's like created in a lab, resist lib, you know, that type, the upper middle class white woman who drinks wine all day, and I think you know what I'm talking about. Like that's her profile. That's her thing.
Yeah.
Like ultra resist lib.
I still think that's hilarious, that fucking Netanyahu shit.
oh, I love this meme right here. This meme is great.
I've seen that. I saw that one. That is a good one.
But yeah, I just love seeing the fucking the same Dem leaning poll that had Biden up by +1 in Pennsylvania the day after the shooting.
Mm-hmm.
And fucking that same source is like, yeah, Trump has a 19-point lead on Kamala among 18 to 34-year-olds.
The one genuine concern I have is Kamala going to be able to find a way to rebuild her image on Palestine? Because that's the issue that young voters really care about, and that's the issue that has sunk Joe Biden with young voters. If she's able to find a way to appeal to that group, she could get some of those votes back. And that was an area where Biden was DOA because he loves Israel so much.
Yeah, and that's pretty much her only fucking path to victory too, you know, because there's no way that at least in terms of the subject is what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no way in hell you could get a Trump Vance ticket to be pro-Palestine.
Right.
So she doesn't need to go very far in order to rehabilitate her image there with young voters, but like it might already be fucked just because of what a complete piece of shit she is. The real question is whether or not she gets the horny vote. Because, like I was telling you, as a Californian, that I would know this kind of thing. He got the horny vote in 2016 to become senator.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he's already come out in support of, like, AIPAC, and I assume if she comes out pro-Palestine, she's going to lose a lot of money.
Oh, hell yeah.
So that's a tightrope walk that politicians do not walk very well.
Especially not somebody like Kamala, who is, I don't want to call her an empty suit, because I usually think of men when I say that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
An empty dress, I guess.
Where are the other two symbols? So, I guess the best thing to do on that conflict as a politician is to just... I mean, you basically just do what Trump and Vance have done. Be aggressively pro-Israel and just ignore the stuff that you have to deal with because of it. Like, at least you get to fundraise better.
Wow, that is really difficult to understand.
I'm playing this mini game in Spyro right now. It's basically hockey.
Mm-hmm.
Where what happens is a bunch of cats spill out onto the ice, and you're trying to get all those cats into your hockey goal instead of the opponent's. First to 5 wins.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm all like, in the original, the goal was in the area that I attacked, and they're telling me that I lost, and I'm like, what the fuck? And what's even worse is that it's your goal is the one that has the picture of your head above it. So when you first spawn in, the other guy's goal is directly ahead of you and makes you think that that's, you know, your goal that you need to score on. But that's his, because he's got his picture in front of it. Which makes, like, no sense. What the fuck? Why? Shouldn't that mean that it's my goal that I have to defend if this is hockey?
And it didn't work this way in the original either, so what the fuck's happening? Like, this is so confusing.
I played the Spyro remaster so long ago, I don't really remember, sad to say.
Barnacles. Nah, fuck. Ouch.
You know what I think it is, Six Flags? It's like the Norm joke about Hitler, where he's like, I wish there was a Hitler of today, so we could go kill him. I think a lot of young people think the Israel-Palestine conflict is like a modern-day Holocaust, and it's their opportunity to be on the side against Hitler. And I know that's deeply
Also,
ironic, but...
right. In addition, they've spent their entire lives hearing that brown people are noble and good, so they can't ever envision a situation where brown people are not noble and good. But what's weird to me is that, you know, it's just definitely the case of the Golem rebelling. Where now we know that all those years of getting people to worship Browns has actually made it so that people don't like Jews anymore as a result. Like you said, it's ironic.
A grove of life. I'm still surprised you have to find all the artifacts to beat this game. This seems like the definition of a game that allows you to beat it with very little. Like you can basically just rush through it with any low percentage. But no, you actually have to get all the artifacts or you can't even beat the game. Alright, let's go to Talon, I guess. So we gotta go all the way over there. That's the only way I can put it, because I myself have never really thought for even 1 second about taking a side in that conflict. I don't care at all. Like, I have zero interest in taking a side there. It has nothing to do with me. Doesn't affect me. And
The Israel-Palestine thing?
yeah.
My take is a plague on both their houses. That's my...
Like, you know, I never even considered the possibility that it's something that I'm supposed to give a shit about, really. Yeah, Six Flags. I mean, I've said this before, and some people won't see it this way, and they would get very angry at me for saying this. But you have to be an extremely privileged person to think that abortion is, like, the most important political issue. You have to be very privileged to think that, you know, racism is, like, the most important issue when you're voting for someone. Like, You know, I'll give you an example, and only Snacks is really going to understand the full context of what I'm talking about here. But I remember right after 2016, Ham was in the Discord talking about stuff, right?
Yeah.
Ham was talking about stuff, and he said, well, both my parents voted for Trump, which, you know, he did not, of course. And he was like, my dad voted for, you know, it makes me sick that they voted for Trump, but I know that they did. And he said, my dad voted for Trump, and I think he said something like, because he's a metal worker, and liberal policies were, like, sending that work out overseas, or to...
Yeah.
I could be getting the exact details wrong. I don't even know if Ham's dad is a metal worker or not.
That it was something construction adjacent.
Mm-hmm. Right, he said, my dad's...
And Ham, instead of working with his hands, he was inside the office on clerical work kind of thing. But anyway, go ahead.
Right, so he said, yeah, my dad voted for Trump because he's a metal worker, and a lot of that work was getting outsourced to, like, you know, foreign labor overseas, and he wanted to put a stop to that because it was killing his business. And Ham said, you know, and you know, I get that, that's valid, but Trump stood for so much more than that. And, you know, I'm thinking to myself, like, well, why would your dad care about the other things that he supposedly stands for? Like,
Yeah.
that's the only thing that should really matter to your dad. Can he make a living? Can he make money? Can he feed his family?
Like, if young women are literally going to be single-issue voters over abortion, why the fuck would a man who has a family to support not care about his job?
Mm-hmm.
And to make that concern even more valid, and I remember during the 2020 election, I was in the labor union and they were telling us all be good little union boys and vote Democrat. What did Biden do his first day in office? Signed an executive order shutting down the Keystone Pipeline. That was 50,000 union jobs. That all went bye-bye. Over the pen.
And, you know, my point is, like, you know, your dad doesn't have the privilege of even caring if he's racist or not. Like, maybe he is. Like, even if Trump was this awful racist that you imagine him to be, your dad might go, yeah, I know, but I don't care. I need to have work. I need to be able to make money. I need to be able to live.
Exactly.
And my point is, it's a position of privilege to be able to even give a shit about something like, oh, I'm going to vote for the guy who's not racist. I'm going to vote for the guy who's not sexist.
Yeah. It is just total bullshit. Hell, I remember Chris, because he was also, you know, a liberal. I was right there with him, being all pissed off. Oh man, I can't believe Trump won.
And it's all like, and he works at a grocery store.
At the time.
I
mean, he doesn't work there anymore. I know that.
Oh.
But he did at the
I
time.
didn't know that.
He did at the time. You're right.
I thought he still worked there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was just going to say that Biden massively increased the cost of groceries and caused a bunch of grocery stores to have to lay people off to save on payroll because they lost their ass.
Not having it off, just running around. Sucks.
Well,
How do you...
I mean, Six Flags educated really just means that you went to school, right? That doesn't mean that you're smart. Like, that just means you learned the patterns by which to get passing grades in school, right?
Allegedly.
So yeah. Like, I was homeschooled. I've actually been to school very little in my life. I went to preschool, kindergarten, and then I went to college for 5 years. Other than that, I have no experience in public school at all. And when I've told people, friends I've made online who live in, like, Sweden or the United Kingdom, that I was homeschooled, and they think I must be really weird, because to them, in Europe, I guess, homeschoolers have a very negative connotation. It's like, oh, your parents must be weird religious freaks. Only weirdos homeschool their kids over there. Hopefully we never get to that point. Oh, sweet. I wasn't even expecting to find an artifact here. Hell yeah. Chozo.
Jesus, this is difficult.
Are you still playing Spyro, or are you doing a practice exam?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I did not 100% those games. I know that. I beat them, but I know I didn't 100% them. Some shit was, like, too much. some of the race courses are annoying. I know some people have complained that the remasters of Spyro had bad controls, but I never played the original, so I wouldn't know what the difference is.
Like a great example is what I'm doing right now. It's extra difficult because they changed the controls for how Spyro flies.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm doing the flying section. It's really fucking hard.
Oh, did you see the video clip of the cops trying to arrest this black person, and they throw like this pot of hot water at them, so then they get ventilated? Have you seen this?
Oh my god, I've heard about it. I didn't realize that was an actual thing. I thought people were just being stupid.
Real Dixon
Wow.
was posting about it. Let me see if I can find it. A Grove of Life. Okay, okay. Maybe the other one would be better.
Where is that fucker? There he is.
Yep, early indications are that Kamala does not do any better with Hispanics than Biden did. Oh.
God damn it.
Reveal the pillar beneath the waves. Okay. Yeah, he's gone. It's done. There's just no fucking way he survives this.
Deputy charged with, oh, dude, he's gonna get released so fucking easily. They charged him with first-degree murder.
Can't they stack charges, though? Like, why would they do that? Like, stack
First
charges?
degree murder, by definition, is premeditated.
Yeah.
There is no fucking shot that that guy gets prosecuted on premeditated murder. As a cop who's responding to whatever, and then she throws a fucking pot of boiling water at him. Like, he's gonna walk. Like that, it almost seems like they charged him with that just so that he'd walk. See, because of the theme that it was boiling water. So like, this is a fucking slam dunk. Are you kidding me? This has got to be the easiest case of all time. He threatens the police. He throws the pot of boiling water at police after they've drawn their guns and told her to drop the pot. Throws the fucking boiling water at police and then they shoot her. That's the definition of a fucking good shoot. Are you kidding me? Yeah, that... Wow. Fucking unbelievable.
I don't think it's any different than the dude with the fucking samurai sword, really.
Exactly. There is no reality where this is first-degree murder. Because first-degree murder has to be premeditated. By definition. Bro, it gets even fucking better. Like, check this one out. They slow it down and zoom in the camera. When they pull out their guns and she says, "I'm sorry," she ducks down
She rises back up after ducking down, and you can watch in the slow motion as she's rising back up. It's to chuck the pot of boiling water at them. And then as soon as they see that, they just open up.
I wonder why she did it.
I'll give you 3 guesses. Like,
Like, it seems
This, like,
entirely
it-
unnecessary.
It's fucking genetic, dude. Like, look at that shit.
Here.
the only reason she missed is because they shot her while she was coming up.
Yeah, very, very obviously throwing it at him. And if they didn't shoot her, they'd have gotten doused in boiling water.
Wild. Do you think we'll have any riots over this one?
It depends on whether or not they think it's a good idea to do that. A lot of people are saying they'll vote for Kamala because she's a woman, but again, Hillary did worse among women than Trump in 2016, and Biden gained in that woman vote. So, like,
Yeah, I mean, women don't like other women that much. It doesn't work like that. They're
so
not.
I just really don't understand the guys who are blackpilling like women will just vote for a woman because she's a woman. It's like, no, they won't. Like,
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old woman?
exactly.
And, like, if these things were legitimate, wouldn't they bear out in the polling? It's not like all women are just going to completely ignore polling and then on election day just Zerg rush the polls in a surprise, right? Like, if these things might happen, they will be bared out in polling before we get there, you would think.
Mobile data reveals someone who regularly visited Crooks' home and work also visited building in Washington, D.C. next to FBI office.
I've heard about this a little bit. Yeah.
So, yeah, they don't know who the device belongs to. But another that is linked to his work traveled to Butler, Pennsylvania on July 4th and 8th and stopped all activity on July 12th. Good heavens. So yeah, this is the problem, is that what they were doing is they were cross-referencing any device that had been discovered that visited both Crooks' home and his work. Places that visited Crooks' home and his work, they limited it down to 9 devices. And when you consider that, these 9 devices all travel to different locations that are kind of important. The FBI office, Allegheny Arms in Pennsylvania, various Trump rally sites, including the place where they would eventually go perform the shooting weeks previous to the shooting. Yeah, like there's a huge amount of unanswered questions here. Very, very concerning information, and we just don't get to hear fucking any of it, you know. And then anyone who knows anything about it, oh, wouldn't you know that? Just like clockwork, they're all fucking dropping dead. Oops. That is so perfect. Holy shit, that is so fucking beautiful. I love that. I love it. That's good stuff. We like to see it. How about you walk to her?
She would do it. If she were running, she'd do it.
Yeah, because that is less cringe-inducing than Pokemon Go to the polls. I 1,000,000% agree that she'd do it.
How do you do, fellow kids?
Exactly. How do you kids, fellow do? Bro, this is almost more brutal than the dog pill. Check this out. See, this is the thing, is like everything that we were just talking about with Kamala Harris, and she needs to do the, you know, the Palestine thing and everything, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem. Again, among 18 to 34-year-olds, he is 19 points behind Trump in a Democrat slanted poll.
Mm-hmm.
Which means in reality, she's probably 25 points behind. And I say that because news came out, Harris will refuse to attend Netanyahu's speech before Congress.
Yeah. I don't know if that's political or if it's just because she's so busy right now. But yeah, I did.
Yeah, and that's another thing, is it could be both. And like that, even if it was like, oh, it's for political reasons because she's trying to win the youth vote, it's like she has a 20-point deficit she's got to fucking make up in 3 months.
Mm-hmm. And generally speaking, young people do not vote even when they like a candidate. Like, it's really hard to get them to vote. It's easy to get them to post on social media, but it's not easy to get them to actually vote.
Especially, and I just have to come out and say, especially when they're the kind of person who supports left-wing politicians.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember? I think it's probably still pinned. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, it is. Bro, this is a meme from eons ago, because this was the first time Bernie ran. So yeah, like, it doesn't matter how popular Bernie is amongst the youth. It's like, it doesn't mean shit.
And yeah, that's an ancient pullover.
Now, unfortunately, the group of people who vote the most are boomers, and we're learning that in this election cycle, boomers are actually gigantic shit libs. For some reason, they've seemed to have pivoted pretty hard to the left here, but Gen X pivoted hard to the right, so, you know.
To be fair, though, that was for Biden.
Right. That's a good point.
I don't think Kamala's going to get that kind of support.
Oh yeah, Kamala's going to be poisoned with so many groups: white people, white working class, suburbanites, independents. Like, all that just to boost black women turnout. Okay. Okay, we only have 3 more artifacts to go. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it tonight, but we are going to try. And I don't know how hard Metroid Prime is to kill, but we'll take our shot. Like, say whatever you want to say about Biden. I actually think that of the candidates the Democrats can run, he is the most electable. Now, I don't think he's their best candidate because he can't finish his sentences, but he's the most electable because he does have that Scranton Joe appeal that no one else they could run has.
Yeah, it's like he really was the perfect candidate for COVID because aside from the fact that they did all the cheating, it excused how he had no support coming out to visit him in person.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really easy for people to just be locked up and to just, because they were locked up all day, they had nothing to do but just watch TV. And the TV was telling them, Joe Biden, the adults are back in charge. Joe Biden, noble, distinguished, presidential. All that kind of slop. And it's like, you guys really are fucking brainwashed on account of the fact that this guy's been running for president every single election since like the fucking 80s. And he gets his ass kicked constantly. Like, this guy's never been popular. The only reason that he was quote-unquote popular now is because they were like, fuck it, Joe's actually the best option because everybody else is too polarizing.
Yeah, Austin, Red Eagle posted his election prediction for, Kamala versus Trump, and I think his prediction plus Minnesota is the highest it can get. So no, he's not going to get 400. I don't think we're there yet. Unless she fucks up over the next few months and reminds everybody that, oh yeah, I fucking hate her. I would never vote for her. What the fuck was I thinking?
Oh man, I got some news.
Mm-hmm.
I passed my exam for the CompTIA A+. I got my certification on April 4th. April 4th.
April 4th. Okay.
Just arrived today.
Oh. Well, that's, weird.
Just fucking arrived today while I was at work. Unbelievable. Oh, what a useless fucking code. DoorDash sent me a thing because they're like, please come back and drive again. As a show of thanks because you are a driver, here is 30% off your next order, up to $10 value on orders $12 or more dollars.
Okay.
So I'm like, that's seriously fucking useless. Okay.
At least they're trying.
Real. Up to a maximum of $10, 30% off on at least $12. So I'm like, okay.
Oh, maybe some people actually fall for that.
Yeah. Jesus. What time is it?
It is 11:30.
Alright. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Really, JS? I've gotten refunds from DoorDash a few times. I've had no problems. I don't even have to prove it. I just say, like, hey, this was left out of my order. And then I get my money back. No problem. So that's not been my experience at all, actually.
Alright, start up a load of laundry here.
Let me see here. Oh, fuck. Aha!
Hey, Joker, and anybody else in the chat who remembers him. Remember Carlos Mencia?
Oh, yeah, I remember Carlos. That guy wasn't really Mexican, actually, I'm pretty sure. I think he just pretended to be. Wasn't he a complete hack? Yes, he was not funny at all. But
Yeah,
he was kind
he
of
pretended,
iconic.
like you said, he pretended to be Mexican. I think he's like a tiny little percentage Hispanic, like in the teens, but mostly he's Norwegian. So he just bronzed himself and pretended to be Mexican so that he could get attention. And he was actually one of the first guys to really take advantage of that DEI crap. Because they were just like, man, we really need an Hispanic guy to have a successful comedy show. And he's like, I can steal people's jokes. And they were like, I don't know if this fits what we're looking for. He said, I can steal people's L jokes, though. I said, perfect.
Who's the Instagram thought Republican who was going viral today? She has a Jewish name and a Jewish named husband. It goes by her mom's maiden Mexican name. I haven't seen her. I'm not familiar.
Jesus. The Hawk to a girl? I don't know.
They did not have sex with a porn star.
You know, that's another thing that really bothers me about the NASCAR conservative reaction towards the Hawk Tuah thing. If we just think about it for a moment. There was a time in history where American women had a reputation as being among the most beautiful on the planet. So everyone's celebrating how sexually liberated American women are. So, like, first of all, there are plenty of slutty women all over the planet. These aren't even attractive. Like, American women have got to be the most mid on the planet now at this point. Mid at best, because so many of them are fat.
Yeah, there was this one picture that got posted on X of a woman's before and after. Like, she used to be overweight, and it was the exact same girl. She had just lost a bunch of weight, and it's crazy how much it improves. Just the weight part. That is the only obstacle between women and being at least somewhat attractive.
Right. You had one job. That was your only job.
It's funny because he's fat.
Did you finally watch that Scott Steiner video?
Pretty good. If ugliness were bricks, you'd be the Great Wall of China.
Easy, Scott, calm down. I'm telling that fat son of a bitch.
Oh, he's mad.
To me, the most surprising thing is that countries around the world with scores to settle aren't doing it right. Like, this would be the perfect time to invade Taiwan if you're China. But since they're not doing it right now, it's like, well, I guess they just didn't want to do it. Because if they do it any time besides now, they gotta be retarded.
Maybe they feel bad for all their citizens that will have Western entertainment cut off to them. Like, they don't want Chinese people to not be able to watch Rick and Morty or go to the Nintendo store.
Oh my god. So true. Do you imagine?
Oh, great. Just what I needed to see on a Monday morning.
In fact, we should be super not concerned about Kamala, and I'll tell you why right now. As I'm looking at more people posting that video and talking about it, when she accidentally said, I know you're still on the recording, on the call. She didn't fully say the recording, but it's obvious that that's what she was about to say, then she caught herself.
Right.
That's the kind of slip up that, yeah, no, you're done. There's no way. This is the moment to start proving yourself, and you fucking blew a layup. That's no bueno.
And she was all smiling, and you know, like even Trump, who calls her cackling Kamala, and everyone's like, "Oh, that's all they have to make fun of her for, is that she laughs a lot." Her face fell when she accidentally said recording, and she caught herself.
Mm-mm.
That's what she looked like
Yeah.
afterwards. She was just like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is the biggest asterisk presidency that we've ever seen in the history of the country.
Gerald Ford was bigger.
I mean, the 1972 election wasn't rigged, and the
I
76
know,
election.
but he wasn't even vice president. He was literally
I
just a
know.
Speaker of the House, and then he just kind of waltzes into fucking.
Well, he wasn't even speaker. The furthest he got was House Minority Leader.
Hmm.
Barnacles. Just turn the fucking thing.
Someone actually posted in reply to all the Kamala laughing stuff is like, man, they hate it when people are happy. Like, I've never seen Trump laugh before in his life. Have you ever seen Trump laugh once in his life? And it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Just all the time. What the hell kind of fucking bullshit is that?
Whenever some dickless soy boy shows up to one of his rallies and gets kicked out, he laughs his ass off. The fuck are you talking about?
Trump's own poll, so of course it's going to be more slanted towards him.
Mm-hmm.
However, you know, we've seen Democrats slanted polls showing similar blowouts, so this isn't the worst thing in the world.
Mm-hmm.
He's got an 11-point lead, 49 to 38.
I'm sorry, what was it?
11-point lead,
Oh, okay.
49
Yeah.
to 38.
I think I saw that one, yeah. I don't think the polling is that super meaningful until we get about a couple weeks from now, because I think it's different once you're actually running. You're not just hypothetically running. You're actually running. People are going to start looking at you a little differently. So I want to see what the polling looks like in 2 weeks, and then I want to see what it looks like after the convention. But yeah, it's and the other element that people are forgetting here is her strength is she's going to do really well in like California, Washington, Oregon, Massachusetts, Vermont, Maryland, Washington, D.C. Those are the places where she's going to do really well. But because of the fact that her weakness is probably going to be white working class voters in swing states, she might have to win the popular vote by like 6 points to win the Electoral College. She could win the Electoral College by popular vote by 5 points and lose very easily.
Yeah.
Because Biden won the popular vote by 4.5. And he still barely eked out the Electoral College win. Like, it might have been by less than 40,000 combined votes across 3 states. And Biden did not have the same disadvantage that Kamala is going to have. No, points, Austin. 4.5 points, percentage points. It was 4.5%. So what I'm saying is, if Kamala wins by 4.5%, I think she still loses. That's the point. Elite research. Okay, we just loop around to the right side here. Okay. Yeah, Wisconsin 20,000, Georgia 11,000, Arizona 10,000. So that's 41,000 votes across 3 states. And those are 3 states, other than Georgia, that Kamala is pretty much guaranteed to do much worse in because she's not popular with Hispanics. She's not popular with white working class. And, you know, that being the case, she's probably going to lose a lot in Pennsylvania. She's probably going to lose a lot in Michigan. Virginia could go one way or the other. Like, I know Virginia has a high black population, but they also have other groups of that I think Kamala is going to struggle with.
Not only that, but Kamala didn't just magically win the black vote when she got in the primary. Again, she got less than 1% of the vote. Blacks rallied around Biden.
Yeah, which I don't know why they like him so much, but they do. Is it just because he was a black man's vice president?
That's really the only thing I can think of.
Okay.
Yeah, you had Biden had 72% of the black vote. Bloomberg had 13%. Sanders 10, Warren 4.
It really is one of the worst campaigns ever because she started out in a good spot. She had like 15-20%.
The last 3 months, the word faggot has been tweeted 2.6 million times. I've proudly been a part of that 0.6 million.
Well done. Very nice. Lake in Magmore. Okay. I mean, not especially, right, guy. I don't think having Kamala be president for a few months is going to help anything. Like, I'm not going to say one's significantly better than the other, but I mean, that statement cuts both ways, right?
Yeah.
So it's whatever. I guess there's something a little more comforting about knowing that somebody with a functioning brain has the nuclear codes, but it's not exactly the best brain out there, is it? You could do much better as far as brains go. So that's not great.
When you said comforting, I thought you were going to say it's comforting to know that Biden's in hell. Which is true. He's one of the biggest pedophiles in the history of the United States. Big time. And again, the Secret Service had to assign single male agents only to VP Biden because anytime they had some kind of a social gathering, if married or and had a girlfriend, agent would bring his girlfriend or wife over, Biden would grope them. And of course he would grope the female agents, so they just try to keep anybody with 2 X chromosomes away from him.
Gets raped in prison. Becomes a wimpy liberal. What was American History X trying to say about this?
Yeah. Ooh, damn.
What's up?
Watch this if you get the chance.
Right.
I'll read the thing that says. It says, today a pirate boat tried to board a container ship and the workers pulled out machine guns and blew up the speedboat. This will happen more and more if the U.S. pulls away from protecting shipping lanes. Good luck in getting those resources. G. And it's exactly like it sounds. They try to tell the guy to stop because he's very clearly coming at their boat, and he doesn't stop, so they begin shooting at him. And legit, yeah, one of the shots hits the boat, and it fucking detonated like the thing was wrapped down with dynamite or something. It fucking blew. Absolutely kablam.
Wild.
If you want to skip forward, it's about 53 seconds in.
Was there something up with the boat that made it do that in particular? Like, what was wrong with
I'm
the
not
boat?
sure.
That's like a fucking
But, like,
Pinto.
Yeah, it fucking, like, you hear they blew up the speedboat. They're not thinking of what it actually ends up being. That went off like a bomb, man. That was a huge explosion. You know that fucking guy's dead.
So, a boat full of shipping containers gets better protection than a former president.
For real.
Okay, but if you can't help me, I'm gonna fucking shoot myself and make you watch.
I just love when it's Russian guys. Bang, bang, bang. Blat! Oh man, that shit was funny. Wilder to think about?
What's that?
I said, you know, it's even wilder to think about. What if this whole kind of thing wasn't a coincidence and it was just going to happen no matter what? Like it was just, this was the natural end of Biden's life.
Mm-hmm.
If the assassin had succeeded and the boogaloo starts, and 2 weeks later Biden croaks.
What do we? What or do we like? Do we have like a warlord going forward, like a Morton Joe rises or something?
Exactly. Like what the fuck? Because at this point, the country's about as destabilized as it could possibly ever be. And then it gets even worse? I got.
Oh, all right. I am back, everybody. We just have 2 artifacts left. Okay, so what are we trying to do here? We're trying to get to like the lake. Is it just called the... Oh, lava lake. That's got to be it. Okay. So we just go in a straight line until we get to it. All right, we can do that. Alright, I'm gonna go save over here, though. Oh, shit. I did not want to do that. God damn it. I did not mean to take the elevator. God damn it. Okay. But democracy.
Oh, that's why. That speedboat was unmanned, and it was loaded down with explosives. Yeah,
Oh,
it was essentially a suicide drone. They were going to try to blow a hole in the ship.
wow. That's like the opening scene of a Tom Clancy movie.
I love this tweet. Adventure on the high seas is back, and people are black pilling. What a great tweet.
You know, Polk was actually one of the best presidents we've ever had, Austin. He's very forgotten by history in a way that is unfair, I think. He was very good. He was kind of one of the big progenitors of Manifest Destiny. I think Polk was really good.
Whoa.
In some ways, Polk was like the father of Manifest Destiny. The same
Yes.
way that James Madison was the father of America First.
Because of population stuff, a 3% increase in the white non-college educated vote is equivalent to a 14% increase in the Hispanic vote.
Yeah.
Why would you not just do everything you could to pander to whites? Like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's kind of a no-brainer.
So yeah, that lady that was running Trump's campaign has said that who cares that we're losing Aaron when we're gaining Jamal and Enrique? And it's all like, okay, I hope that lady is hanged. Like,
Yeah, especially now that there's actually a black opponent. Like, it was somewhat defensible when it was Biden, But now you're probably fighting even more of a losing battle. Just take it. No, not Conway.
Right.
No, not Conway Rye guy. I can't remember her name, but the guy in charge of Trump's campaign is named like Chris Levitre or something, Levitre or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he's the one in charge.
I like this. Curtis Yarvin explains we are watching real history break through the movie of fake politics. He says, you are not in a movie. It's the opposite. You thought you were in a movie, but it turns out you're not. You're just in history. What you were seeing is history breaking through the movie. Does all this make you feel like you were on drugs? You're not on drugs. You were on drugs. You're coming down. This is reality breaking through the trip. It's painful, a little, but it's a good feeling. Unfortunately, you may not have much choice but to learn to enjoy it. You thought you weren't in history, for various reasons. You had reasons. They were good reasons. White was black, 2 plus 2 was 5, and all men were created equal. History had ended. All power belonged to the workers and peasants. Democracy was the worst system of government except for all the others. Movie logic. Poetic logic. Emersonian ambiguity of the seventh type. Wonderful stuff. But guys, I gotta tell you, history is full of this stuff. And you're definitely in history. I like that. It's basically a much fancier way of saying nothing ever happens, bros, in shambles.
I'm not going to jerk you off with my feet.
One Democrat familiar with private conversations was granted anonymity to speak candidly said the other day, Nancy made it clear that they could do this the easy way or the hard way. She gave them 3 weeks for the easy way. It was about to be the hard way. Did they have him killed? Like, fuck that 25th Amendment shit. Let's just get... Oh my god.
Yeah, what is the hard way? Yeah, like, what does that fucking mean? Explain for the folks at home what the hard way is. Oh, mass. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay, one left. Newborn. Okay, so the mine. Okay, let's get to the fucking mine. So we just keep going Right through. Wait. Damn it. I think we got to go all the way back the way we came. Dude, Keith Olbermann had a massive fucking meltdown about the Cardinals players doing the Trump salute during a home run celebration. Like, Jesus Christ. He lost his fucking mind. It's so over. We're so back. Oh yeah, there was a news article that got posted, I think, from Forbes earlier this week that was like, American costs for healthcare reached the highest point in the history of the country, or something like that. I was like, well, so much for all that fighting people did trying to make the system more affordable. After all that shit we went through to get the system we have, it's the worst ever. So here's my question: what is Richard Spencer going to do now? Because he was previously endorsing Joe Biden, but his obviously his most important position is hatred of anybody who isn't white. So is he going to go back to Trump? There's no way he can back Harris, right? People would laugh at him.
He will.
That's going to be fucking hilarious.
Yes, I agree.
I wonder if Nick Fuentes got radicalized over the last couple days and is like, well, now that it's a black woman, I definitely know I'm going to vote. Like, I can't allow this to happen. However, I wonder if he's stopped blackpilling a little bit. Again, I kind of think everything he says is just to get as much attention as possible, but, you know, filtering it through the assumption that he's acting in some degree of good faith.
The stewards you saw a shadow that means another 6 years of shenanigans. Ah, that's pretty good.
Yep, I've seen more posts on Twitter. J.D. Vance is the worst vice presidential pick since Sarah Palin. Again, everyone forgets that Sarah Palin was a good VP pick.
Because
Crazy.
people are actually retarded enough to think that Tina Fey's impersonation of her was the actual human being.
Mm-hmm. Like, I'm far from the first person to say this, but Sarah Palin kind of paved the way for Donald Trump. In a way. Somebody like that accomplishing something at the highest level of politics was actually kind of a canary for Trump. Regardless of whether I like her or not, he's very impactful as a politician. Could you imagine how much nastier it would have gotten for Palin in modern climate? Honestly, I wonder if she was ahead of her time and would actually do better in modern day. That kind of populist candidate might actually work really well right now. There was a time when Democrats were afraid of Sarah Palin. Well, Sarah Palin's probably too old now. Like you know, it's not going to happen now, but she was an excellent VP pick, and she helped that ticket out tremendously. But nothing was going to overcome the economy crashing in October. Well, we'll see how big Trump's coattails are. He might have coattails enough to drag somebody like Carrie Lake over the finish line. Remember, Susan Collins was predicted to lose in like every single pre-election poll in 2020, but Trump carried her over the finish line, and that's the election where Trump didn't even win. And, you know, Susan Collins and Trump don't even like each other.
Yeah. And Kari Lake did win, but again, rigged also. They are still contesting that. And the thing is that the state of Arizona has basically come out and admitted that that election was fraudulent, but just doesn't want to do anything about it. Because they've ruled that with as close as that election was, many, 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 many times more ballots than were needed for Kari Lake to lose were invalidated because they failed to match up with signatures. So they go before the state court in Arizona and they say, yeah, these signatures are impossible to be validated, these votes are invalid. And the court says, yeah, you're right, if that's the case, those votes are invalid. But we're not going to change the election result. And it's like, every single one of these ballots is for whoever the other person was. And if you're telling us that all of these are invalid, you lost. Yeah, but we're not going to do nothing.
Yeah, the American election system is not equipped for things like this at all.
And you know, you sit there and you wonder because you're like, man, you know, like what the fuck? Why are people like fighting this? Like, why are people like, hey, what the fuck's going on? And then you see that in the last 14 days, actually 10 days. It is now 10 days. It's only been 10 days. In the last 10 days, they tried to kill Trump and they successfully killed Biden. So, yeah, you know, somebody like Kari Lake wouldn't have had a chance. The longer you think about it, the more terrifying the implication gets. How much longer are you going to be gone?
Well, I only have one more artifact to get, and it's actually right here. And then all I have left to do is fight the final boss, which I might just do tomorrow. I might sneak downstairs for a little bit to do it, even though, you know, I'm going to have other stuff going on. I think I can sneak away to do it then, but I just need to figure out how to get this artifact, and then I'm probably going to call it. Yeah, okay. So I just need to work my way through this, and it should be right at the end of this path. Yes. Okay, here it is. Well, Rye Guy, one thing with Kamala, she's not very popular with Hispanics. Like, she might be as popular as Biden is, but it seems like she might be less. So that's kind of a big deal in Arizona. That's not good for Arizona at all. So...
Yeah, all all the signs right now, when Kamala's like the most popular that she's going to be, maybe there's a little bit more of a push for in like the next 2-3 weeks as people get used to the idea.
Mm-hmm.
And then that support's going to start to drop, just like it always has for Kamala.
Yeah, there's going to be like a new car phase where it's like, oh, cool, we have something new here.
Right.
But things that are new quickly
Right.
becomes things that are not new.
Right. So right now, very close to being as popular as she's going to get. she's losing by double digits in plenty of polls, including by nearly 20 points among voters 18 to 39. Or 34, whatever the fuck it was. So, she's gonna get killed. Because she's not popular with Hispanics. And Hispanics are definitely gonna be like, I'm not voting for a woman. Especially not a black woman. There just aren't enough black people in the country to make a difference there. Plus, she's going to get more, or she's not going to get as much of the black male vote as Biden did, because black men hate black women.
Yeah, and I want to stress this again. In her 2016 Senate campaign, which she won by 23 points, she lost the Hispanic vote.
Yeah, because the other lady was Hispanic, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
Just that she was like in her 60s or 70s or something. So everyone's like, wow, Kamala. Because like, you know, your mail-in ballot is you get the sample ballot thing. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, that was the only election where they had pictures of the candidates in the sample ballot thing. And I'm like, well, that's why. But anyway, yeah, the only thing Trump has to do is just not blow the wide open layup of actually getting white people to vote for him.
Mm-hmm.
He's well on his way. Or rather, his campaign strategists are trying to do everything they can to ruin that for him.
I saw some stuff earlier today that was encouraging from their campaign, but there was that one moment where it looked like the strategy really was try to say she's too tough on crime, which would make her very much more appealing to the suburban voters. Like, she's poisoning the suburbs.
Yeah, I really do not understand, like, how badly these people do not have their finger anywhere near the pulse. And it's all like, if a politician came out and said, you know what, you guys remember Judge Dredd? I'm going to implement the Judge program in every city in the United States. That dude would win in a landslide. Like, people are as sick to death with criminals as they've been at any point in the history of the country since the fucking 60s. You know, like, this is a really bad time in America in terms of crime because, as everyone keeps saying, crime is lower than it was in the 60s and 70s. That's true. However, crime is higher than it's been at any point in the country since then, because it's been dropping in the 80s and in the 90s, especially with the violent crime bill. But crime hasn't been going up for 40 fucking years. Now it is. And it's going up a lot. And that's even still with multiple different cities no longer reporting their crime statistics to federal agencies in an effort to keep the numbers artificially low. So like it's like 3 times as bad at least is what they're saying it is. So yeah, you know, like if fucking Charles Bronson ran for president and said, you know what, I'm not going to do anything else, like the vice president's actually going to run the country. I'm just going to wander America and blow away street trash. All 50 states. Easy. Absolute blowout. In fact, I'm kind of surprised, given the climate, that they're not doing a remake of Dirty Harry.
They did remake Death Wish with Bruce Willis like 6 years ago. I don't know if you ever saw that.
I did not. However, the reason I didn't is because everyone who loved the original Death Wish series was like, they totally missed the fucking point, which makes a ton of sense.
It wasn't great or anything, but there was some stuff in it that I thought was fun. Okay.
From what I understood hearing people reviewing it, is that they made the mistake of thinking that Death Wish was an action movie, and that's what the people wanted. Death Wish is a revenge movie, and that's what the people wanted. because crime was outrageously high when those movies came out, and it was a way to live out your fantasies of, man, I got mugged walking home today. I wish somebody came along and blew that guy away. And that's what you get in the movie. So the remake, from what I was reading again, because I didn't see it, they thought that the important thing was just to have it be an action movie with lots of shooting, but they completely missed the emotional feeling of, like, revenge. Like how Dirty Harry wasn't an action movie. That movie was about the cops throughout the country very clearly having their hands tied behind their backs with limp-dicked ivory tower liberals trying to tell them how to do their jobs, while the citizenry suffered at the hands of complete psychopaths. So along came a cop who was no nonsense and took vengeance on criminals in the city for all their regular citizenry victims who couldn't do it themselves. And it was rebelling against the establishment that was telling him that his methods were too draconian, and you gotta do it by the book, and you gotta follow all the different rules we made to keep your hands behind your back so that you can't do your job. It was anti-establishment, anti-authority, and revenge. You know, it's the whole reason that he went from westerns, where he played the man with no name, straight up into being the modern-day sheriff. That's what people wanted. You know, the familiar character who you knew was a badass and was going to take care of business and bring justice to the town, but he was going to do it in the modern day. There's a reason those movies took place in San Francisco. So if they tried doing it now, they'd completely miss that point. That's how it is with everything these days.
I wonder how long before we get a movie about, like, this Summer of Love in 2020. How long it's going to be before we start getting movies about all the 2020 riots and shit.
It'll be the Netflix special where George Floyd is played by Ryan Gosling.
Let's go. What the hell? Get up there, you dumb woman. Samus! Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to turn in these artifacts, and I think that's going to do it for me tonight. I fucking hate these invisible enemies, dude. Although, honestly, I hate everyone, so, like, I don't hate you any more than anybody else.
Man, I really wish Norm was alive. He would have so many amazing things to say about the last 2 weeks.
Absolutely. What if it turns out that Biden actually died of cancer, and then everyone can say I didn't even know he was sick?
That'd be so much worse, because, like, it's not like cancer just pops out of fucking nowhere. They'd be like, they knew this dude was sick for that long? Like,
Yeah, he did a Norm Macdonald. He had it for years, didn't tell anybody. I mean, my uncle had that. He had what's it called? Sickle cell cancer, white blood cell cancer, and he didn't tell anybody except for his wife. Like he has 3 daughters, and they didn't know until he was dead. All right. Yeah, we go up to the overworld. His mom was still alive, and he didn't tell her.
Sorry, I was brushing my teeth. All that's valid, but that's more for like a private citizen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a very different story for the president. First of all, I feel like the president's doctor would be obligated to inform people. Secondly, you're right. Even if they might keep it, what the hell was it? Even if they, fuck. Hold on. Chain on my toilet was acting all weird.
Shane? Okay.
Well, because when you go inside the tank, you know, on the back of the toilet,
Mm-hmm.
the way that the toilet works is that, you know, that back tank has a reservoir filled with water in there, so that when you flush, that reservoir of water comes down, which flushes the toilet. And the reservoir fills automatically using a rubber stop, and then you've got the flush handle, and then there's a chain attached to the handle and the rubber stop. And as the water fills up, weight on the end of your flush handle that bobs in the water like a fish tackle. So when the water's up high enough, then everything's fine. But my chain was misaligned, so like my toilet kept going off. Basically, I was like, what the fuck? So I had to fix that because I couldn't hear myself think over that whole business. But anyway, yeah, I feel like the president's doctor would be obligated to inform people. And even if they kept it secret from the public, it was my whole point, is that the government would have to know. Because they'd be like, okay, well, if the president has cancer, there's a very real possibility that the vice president may need to take over. We gotta prepare them for this kind of a situation. Taken by surprise by that kind of thing. There's at least enough people who know that it becomes a humongous scandal if they didn't tell the American people. Because like cancer doesn't come out of nowhere and kill you instantly, especially not if you're the president of the United States and you have access to the best medical care on the planet. Then it becomes a matter of what did you know and when did you know it? Black.
All right. We are almost there, guys. Just a few more minutes and we will be out of here. me see. Okay. I mean, maybe we'll wake up tomorrow and he'll still be alive, and this was all just kind of overblown and exaggerated, and the Nothing Ever Happens bros will be so back. We'll see.
Well, the whole reason he's out of the public eye is because he took too much Viagra and he has a permanent hard-on now.
If I was an intern in the White House right now and I wasn't particularly politically inclined, I was just, working there as like a job, I would do everything I could to get access to Biden's Twitter account to just tweet out, "They won't let me leave," or, something cryptic, just to see the world, just to have a true check the news, it doesn't matter what channel moment.
Oh my god. It'd be so amazing.
Like, I didn't
Hey
drop
guys,
out.
Hey guys, can I use Biden's Twitter account real quick? I want to do something funny. Oh yeah, no, sure. No problem, dude.
Do you have a combination washer dryer or washer and dryer separate?
What?
Do you have a combination washer dryer or your washer and dryer separate?
They're separate.
Okay. I've never had a combination washer dryer. I feel like they couldn't possibly work very well.
Yeah, I agree with you. That sounds weird.
The ones stacked on top of each other are cool for renters, like they're one machine. I wonder if it would be a good investment to have a laundromat, to own like one of those coin-operated laundromats that people come in and
It depends on where you're located, but yeah, if you're in a good location, it definitely is. I used to watch one YouTube channel. A guy owned a couple throughout the state of Ohio, and he was making hella money, dude. To be fair, last time I checked in was pre-COVID.
Well, people still have to do laundry even during COVID, right? Like, that's something that you're just not gonna get rid of. That's, is what it is. So, that shouldn't be that affected by COVID.
Yeah, he owns a lot of stuff. It started off with he bought a laundromat, and then he owns multiple laundromats, and then he's got a couple car washes, and then he owns some vending machines. But that's the thing, is that a lot of this stuff, it's all about how when you own one thing, you want to start owning other things too, to like snowball how much money you're making. Because I remember talking with this about my boss when I was working at the gas station. He's like, the thing about the ATM, is like, do when you start out for a business is that, get an ATM. The problem is you have to put your own money in there for people to take it out. But if you see enough traffic to where you're consistently getting transactions on that thing, like you would at a gas station, you're like, yeah, make a really sizable amount of money here off of that. Like a few grand a month in profit. I'm like, I'm making more in profit off of this fucking thing than I'm making from working here. He's like, but the big problem though is like, you know, even though you could make a lot of money with an ATM, and an ATM to get one isn't super expensive of an investment. It's really fucking difficult to just like have an ATM and then put it somewhere. Because it's like anybody who's gonna want an ATM there already has one that they own there, and they're not gonna take yours to split the profit. But getting an ATM only makes sense if you already own a thing. So like, you know, if you're at the laundromat, wouldn't want to have an ATM as much as you'd want to have, you know, the quarter machine. And
makes sense. All right, we have all the artifacts. So this should, yes, okay, this is, I don't know if this is Ridley or Metroid Prime, or I don't know exactly what this is called, but this is either the second to last boss or the last boss. So I'm not really going to fight him now, I'm probably just going to let him kill me if I have to fight him here. Oh, he destroys the fucking thing, you fucker. You fucking asshole.
that's why I didn't recognize this guy. He lost a ton of weight. Yeah, checking in on him. He bought that laundromat like a year before COVID. So he was doing a year after buying this laundromat thing. And then apparently he made a shitload of money off of the thing during COVID. Because he was one of the few businesses that were even open.
Oh, Ridley. Okay.
So he made an absolute shitload of money off of that. Then he started buying some apartment buildings so he could be a landlord. He doesn't make a ton of videos anymore because like he doesn't need to. He's just making so much money now.
Oh, that's a success story then, I guess.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is not the final boss of the game. This is Ridley, so I'm guessing this is the second to last boss. I'm going to fight him for a couple minutes here, but realistically I'm probably going to die. And I'll just try to do him tomorrow when I'm not so busy. But I was thinking to myself, I know the final boss in this game is Metroid Prime, but it would be really weird in a Metroid game if you never fought Ridley, so now that I think about it, it's not exactly surprising. Come back, you motherfucker.
If you beat him, you start that final boss with Meta Ridley immediately.
Oh, okay. Then I'm not going to worry about this. I know the final boss is kind of long. So I saved right before I went here, so I'm not going to lose anything. So yeah, I'll just do the final two boss fights tomorrow. I might do them pretty early. So if you guys are at work or whatever, you won't be able to watch it live. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call it there. I got to go to bed. Thanks for coming out, guys.